Good morning, everyone. Today is August 20th. We're about 6 minutes in after the open. We've got 9 tickers that we're looking at this morning to see if we can find some trades. I did get along some ARM here, ARM. Looks like the semis are strong today. Alright, so I got along some Apple here as well, and I like NVDA for along as well, so I'm going to get along NVIDIA as well. So we've got 3 longs, ARM, Apple, and NVIDIA right now. SPY's moving higher, so hopefully we continue higher and we get those moves to the upside. AMD very strong, shooting higher, so we need to get that follow through on NVIDIA here. like Tesla here for a long as well. If we can get back over it, it's held the lows pretty strong on Tesla. So I do like a long here. AMD just ripping by going higher. NVIDIA, we need to rip up through 130 to get some exits. ARM held the VWAP, which is nice. Still might be a long here since it's held that 224.66 area pretty well here. Got some long Tesla as well. So now we got 4 positions all long: ARM, Apple, NVIDIA, Tesla, all long. Let's go. We need to pump up here in the market. Alright, nice pop here across the board. SPY just popping off there. So we looking pretty strong here across the board. Now we do need ARM and Apple to make some new highs. NVIDIA as well. There goes NVIDIA. And my exits are going to be over that 130, so I definitely need some moves up higher on all of these before I can take profits. So need some moves higher here, guys. We are long on Apple, NVIDIA, ARM, and Tesla. Tesla going sideways so far, but this consolidation on NVIDIA and Apple here at the VWAP is really nice. I like this, especially having all these wicks here. So There we go. Nice moves higher here. The SPY just keeps going higher. I mean, this is absolutely insane. You've got like something like 10 days of straight up. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen this before. This doesn't happen in a long time, probably. Where it's had like 8 or 9 days in a row of positive gain. So, looks like we're going straight to the previous high, 56481 on SPY. I don't see any signs of stopping, really. Alright, so we got a turn here on a lot of these tickers. Tesla, I stopped out, flipped short on Tesla. Apple putting in the double top. I like coin for a short as well. Do like that setup, so I'm going to try a coin short. Gonna have to probably step out of all of my longs here. Let's see if this is just a dip, or if we get a move to the downside across the board, like we did on Tesla. Tesla, I stopped out of my long, flip short. I'm now short on coin as well, and let's see if the rest of my longs can hold. So fast move down here on NVIDIA, but then a quick reclaim. So that's a good sign. AMD just doesn't know anything better than straight upside. Coin chart looking good if you look at kind of the channel that I drew, I think probably yesterday or day before on coin, so maybe we get down to this area on coin today. Alright, so what is happening here? Our arm long is still looking good. Apple held, so that's looking good. The Tesla short's looking very nice. So interesting chop here on NVIDIA and Apple. AMD was the one to get long this morning, huh? AMD just blasting off. And on AMD, if you look at the daily chart on AMD, wow, what a move here. This is from August 5th where we had that big red open and just straight up since. Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything on NVIDIA, sorry, AMD. I don't see any resistance really here until we get to this area. 165 or even higher, 170 psychologically. It's over now, all the EMA, so very nice, very nice. Tesla, we are short on Tesla, and this is a clear support level. 222 is here, and then for coin, what is our support level? Probably this 202 area, or obviously the even 200. So these would be the spots where I'd expect coin to bounce off of, and Tesla bounce from here. So PANW had really good earnings yesterday after close. They beat, it looks like. Yeah. it did well. So coin looks really easy to read on the higher time frame, right? When you look at this trend line that we drew, this trend line was not put in by me today. This was probably done yesterday or maybe day before yesterday is when I drew this trend line. So sometimes I like to draw the trend lines on the higher time frames to help me get some direction on, or some ideas of where support or resistance might be. Alright, so big red candle here in the market, and that took me out of all my longs. So I stopped out of all the longs that I had, and then I flipped short because I already flipped short on Tesla from earlier, and I added to that trade, so that's got me nice and green there. And then I did flip short on NVDA and ARM as well. So I flipped on both of those. And with the SPY here now, this is interesting. We talked about it earlier. We've had so many red days here on the SPY. Could today be that first red day in the market? If it is, we got a lot of room to go down. If today is that day, then we have a huge amount to the downside to cover. So shorts are in. Shorts are working nicely here. Tesla coin NVIDIA ARM short. That's what I have right now. Apple the only ticker that's holding up, everything else dumping. So Apple super strong. Tesla with a bounce off the previous day's close there, the dashed yellow line. See what happens here. I mean, if the SPY can bounce up here, man, it's going to send things flying. Gonna try Apple long here. It's held up so strong over the EMAs in the VWAP. And if the market bounces up here, we can see a nice pump up on Apple. So I'll take that one long. I'm still short coin in NVIDIA, but NVIDIA might be one to flip along with ARM. So keeping an eye to potentially flip those long. Alright, NVIDIA ARM dumping nicely. So I'm up nicely on NVIDIA and ARM shorts. And Apple, I'm going to cut pretty quick. If the SPY doesn't recover here, then Apple, I'm probably going to cut it below the EMAs. So a really tight leash on the Apple long. Covered some more NVIDIA here. NVIDIA short covered. Still have like a third of the size left on both NVIDIA and ARM. So alright, I took my Apple long off. With everything dumping, I think it's more likely that Apple joins the party than hold steady. I reshorted some Tesla as well. See if we get a break of the lows. Tesla also looks really weak. Looking at the 15-minute here on Tesla. Did this spike up into the pre-market highs, and then now we're below the support area. Next level, possibly this, 219s, or this level here, and then this level. So the NVDA and ARM short worked out super nice, and I'm short Tesla, so those are the three shorts I have on right now: NVIDIA, ARM, Tesla. Trying to look for some more shorts here in this market. I feel like the market is weak. Because it's weak, I'm trying to look for some shorts. I think Apple could be a good candidate if it cannot hold that 50 EMA, the orange line. And I did short some Google here. Google popped up consolidated below the WEWAP in the EMAs, which tells me it's pretty weak. And so I think it might be worth trying a short on Google. Everything else working out okay so far. I've got the ARM and Tesla short on, and in Google. Those are the trades I have on right now. Apple's kind of sitting on this shelf right here, this 226 area. If it breaks off, we could move down. Alright, now all of our shorts are working out super nice. Super nice here. Alright, here we go. So we got a big move here on everything, right? The market's dropping. We're short ARM, Tesla, Google, Apple, and I'm looking to cover some Tesla here. Tesla, I'll take some off here. So we covered some here on Tesla and ARM. So right now I'm short ARM, Tesla, Google, and Apple. Tesla's the best one so far. Tesla with the biggest move to the downside. I think Tesla maybe get a move down to 219 area is kind of what I see as the next level for Tesla. So maybe we get that move down there. You know, Apple I shorted because it was consolidating below the EMAs and the WEWAP, but Apple's probably the strongest ticker of the day, basically holding its ground right above the dashed yellow line is the previous day's close, just holding that line. It continues to, if it holds that, then I don't know, but the market's dumping off, guys. The market is dumping off, and that's why I'm short. So I got to trade with the direction of the market, and you know, if the market's going down, I'm going to be shorting, right? So all of our shorts working out nicely now. I wish I would have seen it earlier, but of course hindsight's 2020. But I am short ARM, I'm short Tesla right now, I'm short Google, and I'm short Apple. Tesla, I'm going to look to cover some more here because it's got this big red candle. Hope you guys can see the charts okay. If you need to make some adjustments, let me know. Yeah, let me adjust the charts a little bit here. Oof, man, nice move, Apple. Let's go. Break that previous day's lows so I can get a cover in. Trying to be patient here. Trying to be patient, but it's tough. PANW just not really moving much. Alright. Let's see if you get that move lower. Tesla just keeps falling off my screen. I can't even keep it on my screen. So it's running into a lot of these lines that I drawn from before. So we got a lot of support coming into Tesla here. Apple right at this heavy support area. This is previous day's close, the dashed yellow line. But the SPY coming down here. So let's do this here so we can get a better idea. Wow, what a move on ARM. What a move. Tesla, same thing. So glad we're able to get Tesla short today. Well, I was actually long Tesla early and then cut that and flip short when it broke the low of day in the morning. That was, where was that? That was around, see if I can give you guys an idea. Tesla was right around this area. I got short. Long early, had to stop below the lows, and then flip short on Tesla below basically the opening range low. And then we got this follow through to the downside. Pretty much same thing with coin. Coin I shorted, same thing there on 204.60s. Got a nice move there. I think, do I have any coin short left? Do I have coin short left? I don't believe I have any more left. Nope. Okay, Apple bounced off that previous day's close, which is the dashed yellow line. So I'm not so confident in the Apple short here. It's probably the strongest one today. While the market's dumping, Apple's basically still green. It's up 0.16%. So I'm not sure what's happening with Apple, why it's so strong, but I did short it because it's below the purple line, the VWAP, and it's below the 20 EMA, and now closed below the 50 EMA. So, and also the market obviously is going down, so or has been going down, so that's why I had a short on Apple as well. But it's going to be a tight leash on Apple just because it's been the strongest one. I'm not going to give it too much room and risk too much of a loss by staying short on Apple. But we've got a lot of time left in the day. It's only 10:42 a.m. Eastern time. It's 10:42. I live in California, so for me it's 7:42 in the morning. But the market, of course, operates on Eastern time, New York time zone. So let's check up. Wow, Tesla's doing really nice for us. I'm going to cover some more on Tesla. Got about 30% size left on Tesla, so maybe I'll cover a little bit more. Tesla short. Ooh, Google working out beautifully, guys. Google, let's go, Google. I'm gonna try to cover some here near low of day on Google, and then keep some for probably the 166 area to cover the rest. But that was really nice. Apple now working as well. Okay, Apple's working nicely, so we're having a nice green day today, guys. We are working on a nice green day today, so super nice. So we started off red because I was longing everything in the morning. So started off with a red day because I believe pretty much I lost on the longs on ARM, Apple, NVDA, and Tesla. I was long all of those early, cut those and flip short, and then we made all our losses back and then some on that. So that was super nice. Google a little bit lower for my cover. I try to get at least 1-to-1 on my cover, so whatever I'm risking, I want to get at least, if I'm risking $2, I want to wait till I at least get $2 in my favor before I cover. But you know, sometimes it's hard to wait for those because you know, you run into a support level or something. But I try to stay patient as much as possible to try to cover. So I am short ARM, Tesla, I'm short Google, and Apple. And Google's the one that I want to cover because I'm full size short on Google, and Google I shorted at 167.50. So right about there is where I shorted Google. Let's zoom in a little bit on these charts. I don't know if you guys can see them okay. I'll zoom in on these so you have a better idea of what's happening. PANW doing nothing. Apple at the 200 EMA. If Apple can't hold the 200 EMA, see a nice move to the downside. Market continuing to move down, which is great for our shorts. Tesla continues lower. I mean, everything is super weak right now. I feel pretty comfortable having these shorts on right now, but at the same time, I should probably trim the shorts because this, you know, sometimes you get that rubber band movement in the markets where everything's at the lows and all of a sudden you get that V-shaped recovery. And that happens all too often, especially as of late. Especially as of late, where the market's been real whipsaw in the markets. All right, a little bit of bounce across the board here. Now to watch these since I am short. All right, so got a bit of a bounce here in the markets. I'm currently short everything. I'm short ARM, I'm short Google, I am short Apple. So we got a little bit of a bump up here in the market after a pretty steady sell-off. And I'm like barely green on these, on what I have left of the shorts right now. So be interesting to see if now do we get a bounce higher and we return back to the highs in the markets, or is this going to be a blip and then we get a reject of the, you know, if we reject off the WeWAP that's above, and if we you know, go lower. So you know, I don't know. I'm still short ARM, I'm short Apple, then I'm short Google, and I'm looking at any tickers. If you guys want to see something, let me know. I can change the charts up to you know, something else if you guys want to see it. But for now, you know, the momentum is clearly to the downside on the S&P 500, the SPY. So I'm definitely going to be, you know, leaning to the short side still, unless we see like the clear move that goes up over the VWAP and holds the EMAs. Then maybe I can start looking for some longs at that point. But you know, need to be careful here with the shorts, because you know, definitely seen things just rip back to the highs. I mean, seen it so many times this month. It's crazy. So ARM I'm green on the short. Apple I'm green on, but Apple's almost back to break even. So I will cut Apple short break even rather than take a loss on it. Rather just cut it and then re-enter if you know, if another setup develops. But otherwise I'm just gonna get chopped up, right? Going back and forth on these things. Yeah, so let's see what happens here. Yeah, I think Google, I'll cut the short since it reclaimed. It did drop lower. We were up a decent amount on Google on the short, but it's clearly reclaimed. It bounced off the 167 area, so the market's bouncing. So I think I'll cut the Apple and the Google short here in the next few seconds, because I just don't want to hold on to it and let it turn into a loser. If they're break even and they're not acting, they're not acting right, and we're gonna have to cut them, right? So I'll just cut Google. So I'm flat on Google, flat on Apple. I am still short on ARM, because ARM, I started shorting ARM from like over 133s, 133.30s. So that's where I started shorting ARM. So I still have a really good average price short on that. So no, we'll keep that going. Alright, so right now my only position is the ARM short, only position. Man, arm going for new lows. Cover some arm here. And now I just have a tiny piece left of the arm short. So we'll take it. Take it. Arm has been the best ticker for me today. So I covered up pretty much all of the shorts that I had on, and right now we got nothing on, guys. We got no positions open. So in the morning we went long, and then we flipped short when it was pretty obvious that everything was a short, and now we're sitting with a small green day and looking for new trades. Question now is, are we going to flip to the long side, right? So we gotta move up initially. You have this large move down across the board. Now the question is, are we going to hold this area, especially on stocks like Apple, Google, Tesla? Are we going to hold this area? And do we float up higher? Like we pretty much have been for the past few weeks, where kind of dip low, float, and then just melt up higher. So will be interesting to see. Let's see what happens here. Apple definitely holding that 226, and the red line is the 200 period EMA, which it has held really well. So Apple, so far, the strongest ticker on my screens. And I do have a 4 monitor setup, so I'm looking at a lot of different stocks right now, on top of what you guys see here on the screen, on these 9 tickers. If you guys ever want me to put something else up, let me know, and I'll put a different ticker on, if you guys want to keep track of one while you're doing your thing. Alright, so Nothing doing here. I mean, things are kind of hovering around the lows. There's really no trade setups right now. So unless we get a move higher or we get a move lower, you know, kind of have to try to be patient and wait for a real setup. Otherwise you end up getting into trades that you'll regret. Speaking from personal experience. Alrighty, what do we got going on here? Just kind of watching here. It's about 11 minutes after 11 a.m. You guys don't see a clock on my screen. I'm debating if I should put a putting a clock up for you guys so you can see timing. I mean, you can kind of see it on the chart as well, but it might be small. Okay, so things are kind of holding. Apple's curling, which is nice. I mean, Apple's been the strongest stock on at least my watch list today. It's been super strong because it's holding that 200 EMA. Now it's held, but it was kind of going sideways, right? And then it dipped down below the 50, bounced off the 200 EMA. And now, if the market can bounce up, I mean, maybe it rips higher. I don't know, man. I mean, Apple is the strong one. So, good thing that we did is I covered almost all of my shorts here. Tesla, my covers were like below 220. Okay. ARM, my cover was 128. Crazy, right? So I got some nice covers in at the lows. So the shorts worked out nicely. Now we are getting a bounce here on Apple, on Tesla, on AMD. Now the question I'm asking myself is, do I want to get long in these spots? The market's, it looks like a dump off, but really it's not that much of a dump, right? SPY is only down like 0.2%. I mean, it can easily move up to where it's green. And you know what? I like Apple for a long. I think I'm going to take Apple for a long here. This is about 30 seconds left on the close of this 5-minute candle on Apple. I'm going to try a small size long on Apple here if we can hang over the VWAP. But see, right now it's rejecting the purple line. So it's having trouble getting over that hump. So let's see, give it a few more seconds. Let's see if we can really get over that VWAP line, because that would kind of tell me whether, what kind of strength we have in Apple. Because, in a situation like this, on a day where things are trending lower, where SPY is trending lower, the QQQs and SPY, what you'll see is stocks go down below the VWAP, bounce up, hit the VWAP again from the bottom, and then, dump back lower. So the last thing I want to do is just take a long blindly here, just because, oh yeah, it's bouncing up, and it really needs to show that it's going to hold the VWAP and then make a bigger move higher. Of course, the problem with doing that is, a lot of times the prices you get are not going to be as good. But, in lieu of not getting better prices, you kind of have more confirmation. So I don't know, there's two ways to look at it. Do you want confirmation or do you want better prices? For my style of trading, I kind of like to wait for some confirmation, like to wait for a setup before I get in, because I find that works better for me. But to each their own, I guess. So we're keeping an eye out here. I mean, all right, PANW back to the highs. Had the earnings yesterday, so back to the highs, eh? PANW. All right, so NVIDIA curling. Apple, I like this. See, it made a wick below the VWAP, and now if it can move higher, then I don't mind taking this for a long. Got 3 minutes left before the close of this 5-minute candle on Apple. So let's wait and see how things pan out on Apple. interesting. 19. Okay, so now I feel like we could take that long, so I'm gonna go ahead and try the long here on Apple. Gonna keep the stop pretty tight. I'm not gonna give it too much room here. Well, the stop is gonna be wide, but I mean like the risk. I'm not gonna give too much risk. So alright, so I am long on Apple. That's the only trade I have right now, is the Apple long. I like this curl up here. A lot of these tickers I like the curl up. I mean, you know, Tesla. Of course, the major issue being that we're below the VWAP. The only ticker over the VWAP is Apple, and that's why I picked that one to go long. And it's really barely lingering around VWAP. It's not really over VWAP unless we get a close over that purple line. So it remains to be seen. Alright, so we're getting some rejection here. Would be possibly time to look for some shorts here too. Like, kind of keep an eye on both ways to see maybe we catch some shorts, but that thing's already dumped so much, it's hard to find shorts as well. So days like this are pretty tough to trade, for sure. To those of you watching this stream right now, I would love it if you guys click the up button, the thumbs up button, give me a like on the video, and you guys can comment if you guys want to see a different chart or what you guys are trading. would love to see what you guys are up to as well. So feel free to drop a like and a comment. Alright, Apple just lingering around there. Let's see if you can do something. And I'm going to go back to channel content, look at some videos. And I should edit, change. Undo changes on this one. Wait, what? Oh, yes, this is correct. How to scalp trade, change this. Apple or the View app, nice, it's holding. I do like what Apple is doing here. This is what I like to see. This nice slow curl and then pop and hold over View app is what I'd like to see. And if SPY bounces higher, then that really helps us out too. SPY though is really weak. I mean, it's just like bear flagging at the lows. Google lower. I mean, you know, this is definitely much more of a short setup that we'll find here than than like than a long, because everything's kind of rejecting back off, like Tesla rejecting off previous day's close, which is nice. Google, here are the lows. So yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on this and see what is happening. Okay. All right, AMD holding up nicely here as well. Meter wick. Google looking weak. So right now, the only trade we got going on here is the Apple long. NVDA bumping in the 20 EMA. Tesla rejecting the 20 and the 200 EMA. I wonder if that's a good entry for a short. I need to take a look at that. I don't know. Don't know how that's going to work out. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so Tesla moving lower, market moving lower here. So need to take a look here at the charts and let's see if we can find some trades other than maybe some short trades other than what I already got going on here on. So Apple we got long, but all right, we got NVIDIA rejecting, we got Tesla rejecting, and Apple's not rejecting. So, like I said, Apple's going to be a tight leash. I'm not really going to give it that much room. If it doesn't start acting to the upside immediately, then we're going to cut it. Market wants lower, guys. The market wants lower. SPY down to heading towards that 55750 area, maybe. This is kind of like the chop zone that we're in right now, the chop zone. Okay, SPY clearly moving lower, so I'm going to cut the Apple long. Like I said, it's going to be a tight leash, and maybe we can look for some shorts now on other things. Well, let's see, what else could we get? Let's see what we can do here. Alright, so do we get a double bottom on the SPY, or do we move lower? That's the key question here. Right now I'm flat. I cut the long trade on Apple. We cut that. Okay, so Apple's held, and the market seems to be doing okay, like kind of double bottoming here. Maybe we look for some longs. Maybe back at Apple over the highs there, both the recent highs. Gonna keep an eye on that. Alright, I relonged Apple. I like the hold over the EMAs, and I'm going to give it some room down here to the 200 EMA. So let's let it work. AMD, nice move up as well. Problem with AMD is, of course, like, you know, it's got that VWAP, so I would much rather wait till it breaks over the VWAP and then look for a long, kind of like I should be doing with Apple, right? Like we talked about with Apple. I talked about it. Talked about waiting for Apple to get over the VWAP, the purple line, before we, you know, enter a long position. I talked about that, but I, you know, psyched myself out and got in before, like on one of those red candles I got long, and then I stopped out on the red candle. So kind of, I've been trying to avoid getting into that type of trading where I'm like just trading individual candles. Like if it's a red candle, I'm out, green candle, I'm long. I'm trying to avoid doing that. And one way to do that is to wait for clear levels, like stock to break certain prices before you get in. And of course, you know, having stops that are kind of predefined and then you don't touch them. That kind of would help me, at least, from getting chopped up. Let's go Apple. Nice move there. Man, wouldn't it be crazy if SPY just rips here and we go back to the highs at to 561? And just, I mean, what a bear trap, right? Like everyone's thinking this is a short, everyone loaded up on the puts here at the lows, and now we run the train the other way. I mean, that would be, you know, wouldn't that be crazy? Wouldn't that be ideal for the market makers to pull off a move like that? That would be max pain. Okay, nice move up here in Apple. Like I said, Apple's looks like the strongest ticker I have up on my screen. I mean, other than PANW, but PANW's got no entries. I mean, just straight up bull flagging all day. But yeah, Apple's been pretty strong. I mean, everything else is dumped. Apple just went sideways. Had a small dump to the 200 EMA, but now we're back, so... Alright, continued rejection on the SPY here off the 20 EMA. Apple also rejecting. AMD rejected the VWAP. Tesla also rejecting. Can we find a short? That's the question. Can we find a short? Alright, what's happening here? What is happening? Let's get an update on what's happening. We are long apple again. And I am trying to short some NVDA here since it is below the VWAP, but probably will cut that if it breaks and holds over the purple line. The market's also sort of holding the lows. It's just kind of consolidating near the lows. I don't know if it makes any much more of a bigger move to the downside, really. But let's see what happens. Alright, we got a long here on Apple that's working out superbly. NVIDIA, I did flip long as well. It was short initially into that 20 EMA break, but now it's pretty clear that things are moving up. But of course, the issue we still have is the SPY is approaching all the EMAs and the VWAP, so usually this would act as a good point of resistance where it could, you know, run into a brick wall there. And if it does that, then of course we are gonna move back lower. So I'll be keeping a close eye on how it reacts to that area, but we're up really nicely here with these quick moves. Yeah, wow, this is quite a strong pop, and now we are flying, folks. We are flying. Okay, so Tesla, I was also looking at it for a long, and I think I'll get long Tesla here as well. See here. Okay, great move here on Apple. That's going to get us nicely green today. So, kind of to recap what happened, if you weren't watching from the morning, I was red early in the morning because I was long everything. And then, of course, when the markets turned, I stopped out on all of my longs and then I flipped short. So, oh, I like AMD here as well for a long. Am I already long AMD? No, I'm not. I am not long AMD. Really like the setup here on AMD, where it's sort of like bouncing off these lows, putting in you know, higher low, higher highs. I like that setup. Let's look at the futures here, NQ. The NQ futures. I sometimes like to look at this. I like to take a look at this sometimes, the NQ. This is the NASDAQ futures E-mini. So we had this was the spike in the morning and then the dump, and then almost a 50% retracement back. So very interesting there. Of course, I like to just watch the SPY because it pretty much follows, right? Yes, the SPX futures SPY. I do like this setup here on AMD for a long. They'll be sort of like base and curl type of moves. Kind of similar to Apple. Apple, I'm going to try to exit some here near high day. So I got to order to exit. Let's see if we get a fill. If not, I might have to chase that order down to get a fill. SPY rejecting this area, so gonna have to keep a close eye on the longs here, because of course they'll all follow SPY. SPY pretty big rejection here, right over the WeVap and the EMAs. Alright, I took an exit here in Apple. Took half off on the long. And I'm still long NVDA and Tesla. But I'm watching that SPY, the market. I'm watching the SPY to see if we can hold this area, because that's going to be the key to all my longs. If we hold. And like I said, I do like the AMD long here. I have not gotten into the AMD long. I'll be back in just a minute, folks. Gotta do something real quick. All right, we're back. All right. What do we got? What do we got? What do we have? Anything different going on here? All right, so let's get an update on the tickers that we got, trades we have on. So we got a Tesla long, NVDA long, Apple long. Apple long, we took some off. NVIDIA won't take some off until we get to 129. So the SPY held the WeVap as well, and all the EMAs. So that is looking good. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon there. it's rejecting the EMAs and VVAP, right? So SPY is rejecting. So I need to keep a really close eye on my longs, which are NVIDIA, Tesla, Apple. NVIDIA and Tesla are about break even, slightly green. So I'll, those I'm much more likely to just take off because I'd rather just take them off even versus try to give them, a lot of room. Especially if SPY is going to make a move down towards the lowest 558. There's no reason for me to hold and, kind of hope and pray that they go back up. So I will definitely cut these things rather than, watch them go to the low side. So Apple, though, is good. So we're going to keep that Apple trade, maybe put a stopper on break even. Yeah, that way if it comes back down, 2263s is where we got long, so plenty of space. Okay, I'm going to cut NVDA, basically break even on that long. I'm going to cut that. I'm going to stay long on Apple until it shows me some more clues as to what it wants to do. So we're going to stay long on Apple. All right, I cut the long on Tesla, and now looks like we're turning downside here on SPY. So I got my stop in on Apple. So we'll let it work and see what it does. So still got the long on Apple. We'll keep that. Got the stop in place. And then obviously right now it's noon, 12:16 Eastern time. So bound to be some chop sideways action. So need to be careful here if you're trading to try to avoid the chop. Alright, so not much doing here. Apple, I'm still long. Everything seems to be turning down, but, you know, let's see if we get this triple bottom on SPY. Apple just hanging around and hanging around and hanging around. Trying to take some more off here on the Apple long near the highs. Still holding half of the Apple long. So what is happening is we've got our long on Apple has worked out. Seems like that's the only stock that's went up, and we're lucky to be in it. So AMD rejected the VWAP, the EMAs, and now falling lower, so that would have been a good short there. Same thing with NVIDIA. Now let's see if AMD can hold that 200 EMA, the red line. Alright guys, I'm back and we are still long on Apple. And Tesla rejecting again the VWAP. So, man, I think we can get short on Tesla. So I've got a short in on Tesla here, and let's see how that turns out for us. We got a short on Tesla, and still got the long on Apple, and NVDA I have a long as well. Alright, I took off the Apple. Took off the Apple long. And probably going to take off the NVIDIA long as well, because I think we see a move further down today. So I'm going to try to lean towards shorts now. Tesla, let's go. What a nice move there, man. It always feels good when you short a stock and it immediately dumps $1. Doesn't happen every time, but it's pretty lucky for us that it did that. We're gonna try to cover some near the low, like 220s on Tesla, and then maybe we get a further move to the downside. AMD at a big level here too. If you look at AMD on a higher time frame, on the 30-minute, let's see. Yeah, you get this support area that it put in from this morning, 155.31. Below that, we could have a 154 could be your next stop, and then down here. So let's see what happens. I mean, it's all going to depend on how the market does here, but we are seeing a nice down move on Tesla here, which is nice, and then also the SPY, but SPY has not broken below this area. It's had a lot of buying pressure here, so let's see if we bounce off this area again, or if we slice through on SPY. And that is, SPY, this is the level that it's set today. There's really nothing from yesterday. There's an area here, and of course here. That will be your next zone of support for SPY. If we do get a downward move, that's where I would look for it to bounce in this area for SPY. So that's a lot of room to the downside. So we can really see some big moves in these stickers if we break down below that. So shorts could be in play if we can break below this 557.87 on SPY. going to try a short on AMD here, breaking below that level that we talked about. It's going to be a tight stop, so if it doesn't work, we're going to be out. We're not going to give it a lot of risk. So it either works right away for us, and then I'm going to try to cover 154 if we get that break on AMD. And again, show you guys what I was looking at on AMD here. This was the level on AMD. See if you can break and hold below that. That's the idea there on AMD. Then got some support here as well from yesterday, 152 area. This is the 15-minute chart on AMD, 15-minute chart. So that's the trade idea here, is the crack of this level. Boom, here we go. The market is dumping. We are in 3 shorts. We're short Apple, we're short AMD, and we're short Tesla. So super nice. I mean, you know, we got pretty lucky to get in on some of these shorts. Apple, man, nice dump on Apple. I just covered some Tesla cover right around 220. I covered half of my short on Tesla, so that ended up working out really nicely for us. Boom, that was nice. All right, so we're covering some shorts here. Okay, Apple, big wick on the bottom here. That's very interesting. Now, same thing with SPY. You got a big wick on the SPY. So this is where you need to be watching for these, and I need to be cognizant to make sure that I cover some off here, because what could easily happen is you get a wick back to where it was, right? So that's what I am going to be keeping an eye on here. And because you know, the worst thing to happen would be you're in a bunch of shorts, it wicks all the way down, you know, you're up nicely green like I am now, and then you get this wick to the downside and move back up. So that, I definitely don't want that to happen. Of course, not that we have control over that, but you know, the SPY's below the low, the 557.87 that I went over earlier. So you know, I definitely need to be patient on some of these covers. AMD's really, you know, that trade idea really worked out so far. I haven't took any off on AMD yet, because I want to try to take some off around 154. So if the market continues, if this red candle closes red, which is, you know, you got about 2 minutes left to close this 5-minute candle. So if it continues lower, then I think we can hit our targets to the downside and maybe catch it down to like 153. So I'm going to try to be patient on the covers. for AMD, but at the same time, if SPY gets back over that 558, then that's not going to be good for my shorts. So yeah, like you can see NVIDIA already wicking back up, Apple with a downside wick as well. So it's been kind of one of those days where, you know, if you catch the move at the right time, then you're good. If not, then you're really gonna, you know, not be able to catch that trend, because things are, you know, if you don't catch the trend early on, then you're kind of stuck sideways in a lot of moves. So that's the thing that we want to avoid here. I like the way some of these are setting up for shorts on the daily chart, and I'll show you guys what I mean. Let's look at the daily charts on all of these. So let me put this on daily. Yeah, I mean, look at, for example, alright, sorry, I had to go do something there real quick. Yeah, like I was saying, like AMD, if you look at it on the daily chart, you know, we had that big down day, 123s, it opened, and then we had this like 8 days of steady up, going up 8 or 9 days, and now you've got this hammer candle with a large wick to the top side, rejecting the 200 EMA and the 50 EMA. So, you know, this could be a signal for a top for it to come back down. I don't know. I mean, if I was gonna short though, like for a swing short, this is a pretty nice setup right there that I would look for. And you know, coin, kind of the same thing. Coin already had a large move here already, kind of wiping out like the last 4 or 5 days of gains. ARM, kind of similar, rejecting the 50 EMA with a inverted hammer, with the wick on the top. Google, inverted hammer, but it's still green. Tesla, first red day in the past several days, right? So NVIDIA, first red day after many green days, you know, series of red days here. SPY, same thing, kind of leaving a wick. So I guess my point is that on a lot of these tickers, if I was looking to short for like a swing, then this might be a day that I want to keep a close eye on that for maybe a potential entry. Alright, so pretty much everything recovered. And SPY kind of did that fake breakdown, so now it could be one of those things where fake breakdown and then straight up. So I am still short on Apple, AMD, and Tesla, but I'm going to cut all of those if we don't see a move back down lower. I'm green on all of them, and I took some profits on some of them. But, you know, definitely don't want to hold on to these and hope that they continue lower. Like, you know, some of them look weaker, like Tesla looks weaker than, you know, like Apple. AMD definitely looks weaker as well. Let's see, let's put AMD here. Yeah. So, gonna give this a few more minutes here, and no real clean moves today. There was like one move in the morning that was pretty clean, one or two moves, but for the most part, choppy day. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to end up taking off Apple and AMD here. Especially Apple, because it had a support at 2 two 620s there. So Apple, we're out of the short. AMD, I'm kind of lingering on there to see if we get any quick moves. Tesla, I took most of the short off. Alright, AMD, not doing what we wanted, so like we said, we're just going to cut that if it doesn't work immediately. So, cut that one. Only trade I have on right now is a Tesla short. looking at SMCI here. SMCI at an interesting level. If you look at it on the higher time frame, so rejected here in the mornings. That would have been a beautiful short if you got in here. Nice range, but then this is kind of the support from 600 big area psychological level as well. So see if this one holds. Could go and make a move like that, but it's down 4%. Really weak today. Semiconductors really weak on the day. So Fed's Bostic is about to speak on the economy in a few minutes. FOMC member Bostic, President Raphael Bostic, Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta President Raphael Bostic, to speak today at 1:35, which is now. So might get some market moves here. So Alright, Bostic saying some negative things apparently because the market is going down. And we are all long right now, so gonna be stepped out of a lot of these trades if they break much lower. That's Apple, AMD, NVDA, Tesla are my longs right now. Just posted a link here to Fed Bostic's talk. Get a nice bump up here. The longs are looking okay now. SPY holding that 558 level. SMCI held as well, which should help our AMD long and NVIDIA long as well. Tough day to trade today, not really any clean moves today, so. Alright, so AMD long is working out nice. We got that AMD long under the 156 area. NVIDIA, Tesla, Apple longs are not looking so great. So we'll cut those if they don't start moving soon. Coin really had a big down day due to Bitcoin. Take a look at coin here. Do I have coin up here? Bitcoin. Because of Bitcoin. Looking at Bitcoin here, yeah, big dump off on Bitcoin to 59,000. The coin just reflecting that. AMD looking good, took some piece off on the long AMD here. Let's see if we can get back up to VWAP on AMD. Alright, nice pop here in the market. SPY popping up, trying to get over that 50 EMA. AMD, nice bounce off that previous day's close. Two hours left here till the market closes. See if we get a V-shaped recovery, which we have done so many times this month. See if the market makers want to trap all the bears today, where today has really been the first red day in the market in the last like 10 days or so. Alright, let's go. NVDA looking better now. Apple looking great. We're long Tesla, NVIDIA, AMD, Apple. Let's go. A nice move up in the markets. SPY trying to test the VWAP. Let's see if we get a second touch on that VWAP. Like I was saying earlier, you know, this would be max pain here for traders who are leaning bearish all day today. You know, they might have loaded up on their puts, and now if we start swinging the pendulum the other way, we can really have a lot of people caught off sides to the short side. So you know, that definitely I would not put that past the realm of possibilities here for today, and what you know, which way the markets could move today. Nice move up here. Because the SPY is close to the VWAP, I'm going to take pieces off of, trim all my long positions here. Normally I wouldn't trim them here, but since, you know, things are, you know, the way they've been today, I can definitely see SPY rejecting that VWAP for a second time today. Or just sort of like lingering around this area, maybe not much more upside, but you know, I'm keeping I still have full size on almost all of my trades. I just took 25% off on a couple of them, but a lot of them I still have full size, like Apple for example. So you know, if you do get that big upside move, I still have size on to, you know, to catch profits on the bigger moves here. But it doesn't hurt to trim some, especially on a day like today where who knows how choppy it's going to be the last 2 hours here of the market. Okay, Tesla just looks way too weak. I'm going to take off the long here. So I'm out of the long on Tesla. I still have the long on. NVDA long is on. AMD long is still on. And Apple long is still on. I am trying to take a piece off of Apple here at the 227 area. I got an order in. It has not filled yet. But hoping for a little micro pop to get that fill. A little limit order. Just looked at Microsoft. Microsoft's so strong today. SPY now popping up over that. SPY popping up over. Very nice. Okay. So check out Microsoft here. Very nice trend today on Microsoft. It caught the long in this area at all. Good. Apple working out nicely for us. Google trying to make a Microsoft-like run maybe. Coin. There we go. SPY now very strong. Very strong move. And yeah, let's keep our longs in here. Alrighty, so we are exiting the long positions that we had on Apple, AMD, NVDA. Still got about 20% size left long on those, but I did take most of it out. So we're going to end the stream here for today. So recap for today is we started off red because we were long early on in the day. Then we got whipsawed a little bit, and then we got short, which got our account green for the day. And these last couple trades in the last hour or so, we went long, especially stocks like AMD, where we got long just over that 155.50 area. Apple, we got long on the 226.50 area. NVIDIA also we got long. So decent day today considering the choppiness in the market, and I'm gonna let the rest of my long pieces ride with stops in place. So thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow on the live stream. Take care.